Alright, Shalom, Shalom. I want to give all praise to Yahweh, Bahashim, Yahweh Shai, Bahashim, Rakak Kadash. Double honors to the apostles and the elders of Great Millstone who rule well. Salutations to the Akim out there, spreading this truth like wildfire in all truth and in all sincerity. And Shalom to the real sisters. Shalom to the rest of the elect. I hope this live is edifying. This is I hope this live is edifying to the sheep. All right. Um, I titled this live "The Fire Rises." Uh, the fire rises. Esau gonna come in like a flood to put it out, and it was inspired by what the elder Rakah from London, what he that Benjamite elder from London, what he posted on his posted on his page, screenshot of the Drudge Report, and he titled it "The Fire Rises," and so I was inspired by it, It's like fire rises, Esau gonna come in like a flood to put it out. These same devils who's actually setting the fires, they're gonna come in like a flood to put it out. And let me get that Drudge Report article so I could go into it. Ah, shit. And go too far from my. Damn, yo. Hate when they do that shit. Every time I sign into my live, every time I sign in to my, I have to like sign in, like I have to use another. Every time I gotta like switch it up, right? Every time I do, like it moves my shit all the way back. Fucking weird. So I gotta move this live all the way. All the way to really to the bottom of all the tabs they have open, because otherwise, no bueno. I ain't gonna be able to find it. Shit. Alright, Con. Hold up, I gotta go take care of some. I'm gonna get that article for y'all. Con, I'm back. Alright. About to get that Drudge Report article for y'all. I got one right now. All right, several articles, and I suggest, if you don't know already, you know, subscribe to, or like keep, websites like this are real good, like for news articles. But I got that article that the elder Rakah took a screenshot of, and in case you don't know, his name, his page name is GMS Feared the Most High Ba. I think it's that. He had one called GMS Fear the Most High 777. That was his old page. But I think it's GMS Fear the Most High Ba or GMS Fear the Most High 7 Ba. But yeah, got this article and actually took a screenshot of article off the Daily Telegraph, and it says rage across Europe as COVID Divock. I got it backwards. As Divock rules trigger riots. Violence erupts after new wave of virus spreads at lightning speed. So-called, right? Spreads at lightning. As a new wave, so-called, spreads as at lightning speed on continent. So-called meaning according to Esau. Europe last night faced an increasingly violent backlash against freak restrictions imposed imposed to deal with a record number of new cases on the continent. Hold up. Shit. It's kind of blurry. Okay, riot cops use water cannons and tear gas as peaceful demonstrations turn ugly in Brussels when tons and thousands of protesters marched throughout the streets. Demonstrators attacked the glass at the entrance to a European Commission building after young men in hoods attacked cop vans with baseball bats. It followed a secret night, a second. Well, I should have said second night of disorder in the Netherlands on Saturday over the introduction of new Crown Royal 1984 edition restrictions. When police opened fire on the crowds, wounding at least 4 people. There were also violent scenes in Austria, Italy, Croatia, Denmark, and Switzerland over the weekend. What the fuck? It's kind of blurry. Over the weekend, shit. Amid clampdowns by European governments on civil liberties to so-called curb an increase in the number of cases that are so-called putting healthcare systems under stress. Austria's interior minister yesterday warned of increasing quote-unquote radicalization among the population days after it was announced that 3 anti-lockdown procedures have been Protesters, damn it, it's blurry, have been arrested for setting a cop car on fire in an attempt to burn an officer. Europe is experiencing a worrying increase so-called Europe is so-called experiencing a worrying increase in the number of cases. France yesterday reported in, some 19,749 new cases, was 36% jump from a week ago. Gabriel Attal, a government spokesman, told reporters the quote-unquote the fifth wave is starting at lightning speed. And this is the excuse that Esau is using. He's cooking the books, like I brought out before. He's cooking the books. And then, you got flu season coming in, so Esau is taking full advantage of that. And plus, the cases, that and the cases of those that took that V8, that's also adding to it. But of course, they're gonna tell you that it's those who haven't that's causing it. An unrest increased debate in Germany and other European countries about the possible introduction of compulsory meaning mandatory, compulsory clot shots. And compulsory hits, with low rates, so-called prompting fears, so-called prompting fears that a new wave could start again, and and crippled. Fuck does that? It's blurry argument, and crippled a continent. As Europe endured fresh violence, in Britain, Saeed Jaheed, the Health Secretary, intended hold up, slide you, invited, insisted on so that each insisted, such insisted, basically. Such measures, I think it says measures. Yeah, kind of makes sense. Were necessary, saying he hoped people can look forward to Christmas together, quote unquote. He played down the likelihood of tougher curbs being introduced to England. Mr. The fuck? I don't know what this should say. Insisted so. He played down the likelihood of tougher curbs being introduced to England. Mr. Javid said the one difference between Britain and parts of Europe is the UK's booster progress. The UK's boosting progress. were the most successful. What the fuck? Barely see this. It's the most successful. Okay, it's the most successful of Europe. Quote unquote, he told BBC One's Andrew. Andrews. It's kind of blurry out there. Andrew something. I think. Some. Mar. I don't know what I actually say. I just make out Andrew. Con. Adding it's absolutely key for us to keep these views at bay. Okay. The UK has completed absolutely key for us to keep this views at bay. UK has completed. Fuck, this article's blurry. That's a fucking blurry ass screenshot. The UK has completed all 1.5 million doses, with 2.5% over the covered. He also highlighted that the UK made tough decision back at the start of the summer. Made a tough decision at the start of the summer to open up, while other countries didn't follow our course. Despite Mr. Javid's upbeat. Hmm. Hold on, For my new subscribers, I got a piss problem with my current shit. I ain't been able to take care of it yet. Gnats and shit. Fucking annoying. All right. I'm ready to continue. Hold up. Despite Mr. Javid's upbeat take tone. He warned that the public must remain cautious, but not complacent in any way. Describing it though. Describing the debunk as very unpredictable. He also stressed that taking the shit. that taking up the fruit juice. Fuck it. Was just as important this winter, quote unquote. But I thought they said that the flu was not a problem like that no more. See, you can't trust these devils. As receiving receiving a 1984 Crown Royal 1984 Boosie in order to prevent the NHS from being overwhelmed. A government source echoed his fuck. Trying to see what they say. It's blurry shit. A government source echoed his sentiments. Khan last night, telling the Daily Telegraph the current data shows the shit, dude. No sign of a need to change course, Khan. The most important way to reduce risk. The fuck? Reduce or does it say reduce? I don't know what the fuck it says. Blurry ass. Screenshot. The most important way to. Damn, nigga. Slacking. Some, I don't know, risk against the. Against 1984 is to come forward for a Boosie when called. The Health Secretary vowed earlier in the day that Britain would not consider making making it mandatory for the general population. You know, cause you got basically they're taking harsher measures in some areas first, like just like in states in the South, you know, in the other red states, the Midwest and areas like that, they're not taking harsh measures like at the moment, right? It's like because they're gonna try those harsh measures in those areas, really in those blue areas. That's where they're gonna take those harsh measures, and then it's gonna be and then they're gonna move to the red areas once. Really, it's gonna be like in the U.S. You know, you're definitely gonna have a civil war. Over there in Europe, you're also having uproars and shit. So you're probably gonna have some sort of situation like that, but not as bad as in Babylon because they don't have as much guns over there. But yeah, you know, it's like that basically lulling the people that's against the, you know, taking a shot of that Crown Royal, you know, or the Boosie, like lulling them into thinking that there's safe areas for them. Really, what it's about. because you have to remember the harsh measures that was taken against the that was taken like during the summer. Like they was being illustrated draconian. There was a period of time where you wasn't being allowed to go to your girl's crib to deal with her, man. That's how harsh it was. You know, they had backlash, so they kind of backed off, and also to create that false sense of security for those people. The health secretary vowed earlier that Khan in in Brussels, police arrested 44 people, while 3 officers and 1 demonstrator were so like hospitalized after the violence. Police were forced to use a so-called force to use fuck hold on bullets, I think. Nah, nigga, it's like it don't say that. It's blurry. Fuck, this shit blurry. That's the thing about them. Sometimes they're blurry. Bulldozers, bulldozers to remove blockades on city streets made from bulldozers. Made from to remove blockades on city streets made from wooden pallets and set on fire. Several of the demonstrators carried Flemish nationalist flags, while others wore Nazi-era police stars. Yellow stars, okay, yellow stars. Because this is like draconian and shit. It's draconian, like Nazi Germany. That's why they wearing that. Because that was just a fucking a model. Also, that was also a model for what they was gonna bring later on to Babylon and to Western Europe and to the rest of the world, man. They was testing it out how they would do it. And I got another article, but I'm bringing out some scripture. This is exactly what this is right here, you know. Sedition among men. Second Ezra 15:16. For there shall be sedition among men, and invading one another. They shall not regard their kings nor princes, and the course of their actions shall stand in their power. Yeah, that's exactly what was going on there. You have riots and shit. They're not regarding their princes, their kings nor princes. They're still, they're going out there and rioting and shit and invading one another, man. You having the cops versus the protesters, and then you're probably having, well, mainly having the cops, man, against the protesters. So that's when people, yeah, invading one another, man, invading one another. People invading another people. And second Ezra 15:15, for the sword and their destruction draweth nigh, and one people shall stand up and fight against another and swords in their hands. Because they was using weapons and you had the cops using actual guns. Now people got shot rioting and shit. And Esau, he's gonna start doing that more and more. He's justifying it. He's gonna start cracking down by just shooting at you protesters, just putting y'all to death, man. Europe's lockdown fury. Violence breaks out in Vienna as 10,000 protesters take to the streets and thousands more march in Amsterdam. Hours after two people are shot in Rotterdam, there are clashes between activists and Dutch riot police. Violence erupted in Vienna today as 10,000 protesters took to the streets after a new lockdown was announced. Two people were shot during quote unquote orgy of violence amid anti lockdown protests in Rotterdam Friday evening. Police confirmed injuries to the rioters but did not clarify what type of ammo was used against them. Protesters, of course not. Protesters, of course they're not, man. But there's two people were shot, man. I would say I'm gonna get into this article, man. Protesters also gathered in Amsterdam, the southern town of Breda, to demonstrate against measures today. The Netherlands entered a partial lockdown on Saturday, sparking a furious black backlash against the government. Because there's like, not this shit, not this shit. You know, and we told you people was gonna be that way. Austria, after a second lockdown type of effect that it would have on the businesses and shit. Besides the fact that people are waking up to the fact that it's bullshit, it's a plan, I don't know, it's a planned demic, a planned demic. They won't waking up to all that, man. The Netherlands entered a partial lockdown. Yeah. So that's why there was now you're having backlash like that. Austria versus the first time you didn't really have it like that. Because they thought, because they bought into it at first. People bought into it. But now everybody's waking up to Esau's lies. But let me continue reading the article. All right. But there's the backstory. Austria on Friday imposed a full winter lockdown. Neighboring Germany warned it may soon follow suit. Yeah, so they're locking shit down, man. European governments full lockdowns, a dark winter. European governments began to, hey, the windows shall be dark. European governments, matter of fact, let me get that. Because that's what this is going to cause, more of that. Ecclesiastes chapter 12. Remember now, verse 1, remember now thy Creator in the days of thy youth, while the evil days come not, nor the years draw nigh, when thou shalt say, I have no pleasure in them. Verse 2, while the sun, or the light, or the moon, or the stars be not darkened, nor the clouds return after the rain. Verse 3, in the day when the keepers of the house shall tremble, and the strong men shall bow themselves, and the grinders cease, because they are few, and those that look out of the windows be darkened. Because of the lockdowns, people not allowed to go out at like at a certain time, and it's applying for everybody until February 22, 2022 in Austria, man. And then it's just gonna apply to the those who won't take a shot of that Crown Royal, man. Yeah, and then so it's almost like they're blaming you. They're blaming those who won't take this shit, man. Oh, it's like that. They've been doing that too. It's like this. So now, because the government is acting like a strict ass teacher in school, man. Hold Give me a sec. Alright, Shalom, Shalom, I'm back. Alright, so I'm gonna get back on that article. Alright, Shalom, Shalom. I'm back. Get into them scriptures. Khan was bringing out Ecclesiastes chapter 12. It was on verse 3. The grinders cease. Yeah, in that day when the keepers of the house shall tremble. Yeah, Khan. The economists and the strong men shall bow themselves and the grinders cease, because they are few. Those that look out the windows be darkened. Verse 4. Let me continue on. So that's what I was reading, just in case y'all wasn't tuning in before and y'all just started tuning in. This is why these people are pissed off, because this is gonna fuck. It's gonna fuck their money up, man. It's gonna fuck. Yeah, it's gonna fuck their money up, man. Their cash flow. That's why they're pissed off. Verse 4. And the doors shall be shut in the streets when the sound of the grinding is low, and he shall rise up at the voice of the bird, and all the daughters of music shall be brought low. Yeah, the doors shall be shut in the streets. I want to add to that, when you fuck with someone's money, man, like when you fuck with someone's cash flow and shit, fuck with someone's hustle, that shit get ugly. So, and they know it's based off of bullshit, so they're pissed off, man. Verse 4, and the doors, so that's why they're rioting. Verse 4, and the doors shall be shut in the streets when the sound of the grinding is low. Yeah, that's why right there. Goes into it more. The doors being shut in the streets because these businesses can't function because the sound of the grinding is low. There's very few workers. And God, man. And he shall rise up at the voice of the bird, motherfuckers, they're already it's already starting to happen, man. In Europe, over here in America, man, Babylon the Great, Babylon the not so great. Over here in the horror, man, it's happening too with the restrictions, with the manufactured supply chain crisis. It's causing like shortages and shit. So that's causing the businesses not to be able to make as much money, which is causing them to not be able to hire as much. That's actually cutting down the number of workers. And also the mandates in these blue states and in the EU, man. Those mandates, which are and in the lockdowns, but you have the mandates in these different countries, man, probably in the EU countries as well, is here in Babylon, man. It's causing in other places, it's causing people to quit their jobs, man. Okay, fuck it. We're not going to work. Fuck it. Fuck it, I'd rather quit than take than take the the clot shot full of nanobots, man. You know, because I know I'm gonna be incapacitated, incapacitated. I think this is what it basically. I think that's how you say it, and basically it means disabled and shit. I'm gonna get fucked up. I'm gonna be fucked up. I'm not gonna be able to do shit. I'm Epstein-Barr, Bell's palsy, something like that, or even die. Might even die, or heart attack, because it's the reason why people call it the clot shot, because that's what it gives you. So people, oh shit! I just noticed I still had this wrapped up as a scarf. So I just noticed that. Aki. Aki, 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 just noticed that. And the doors shall be shut in the streets when the sound of the grinding is low. And he shall rise up at the voice of the bird, and all the daughters of music shall be brought low. That's also been happening as well. But yeah, all that music that's coming out, it's another story. Goes into something else. But Khan, man, the doors shall be shut in the streets. That's why they don't want that, man. They're gonna lose their jobs and not gonna be able to get a job, and the ones that have jobs are gonna lose them. And it's gonna fuck up the economy. It's gonna cause prices to go up too. Less workers, more shit to do, less supply, more demand. That's like a recipe for economic disaster, a big one. And Esau knows what he's doing, and they know that it's all by design, man. The info is out. Esau can't hide himself. So these devils, man, these devils are gonna have to come down with great wrath because people are waking up to their bullshit. They're protesting, they're rioting in the streets. Not only that, but they're rioting in the streets. They ain't taking it anymore. So now Esau gotta send in the stormtroopers. Now you gotta send in the stormtroopers. And that's exactly what he's gonna do. And let me get Revelation 12:12. Goes right into it. Therefore rejoice, ye that ye heavens, and ye that dwell in them. Rejoice, ye heavens, and ye that dwell in them. Woe to the inhabitants of the earth and of the sea. For the devil is come down unto you, having great wrath, because he knoweth that he hath but a short time. Rejoice, ye heavens, because the elect is going to be at peace while all this is going on. Their rest, heaven goes into that as well, man. My saints shall eat, but ye shall be hungry. My saints shall drink, but ye shall be thirsty. My saints shall rejoice, but ye shall howl for vexation of spirit. Let me get that. My saints shall eat, hey, Kala Yahweh Shem Yahushai Shem Kadash, this truth is the key, it's the key, the keys to the kingdom. It's this truth. Isaiah 65 verse 13. Therefore, starting with the names, right? But everything that comes with it is the key to the key to the keys, I would say. The keys to the kingdom. We got the keys, like that song, right? We got the keys. It goes something like that. We got that DJ Khaled song, man. We got the keys. Something like that. Yeah, you got what I'm saying, though. Yeah. Isaiah 65 verse 13. Con. Therefore does say the Lord power, Yahweh. Behold, my servants shall eat, but ye shall be hungry. Behold, my servants shall drink, but ye shall be thirsty. Behold, my servants shall rejoice, but ye shall be ashamed. Ye shall be ashamed. You're gonna feel like just gonna keep going, man. You're gonna feel bad for not getting this truth. You're gonna feel like shit. And you're gonna feel like you missed out. Verse 14, behold, my servants shall sing for joy of heart, but ye shall cry for sorrow of heart, and shall howl for vexation of spirit. Yeah, the servants, the elect, are going to sing for joy of heart. When all this is going on, imagine the worst times in history, especially, for Israelite, especially for the Israelite in Babylon, the greats, and in the Western world, but especially Babylon the Great. Imagine that. But the elect is rejoicing, You 2/3 are going through it. Y'all howling for vexation of spirit, crying for sorrow of heart, mourning. But his servants are rejoicing. Okay, so that's what's meant. The point is that's what's meant by rejoice ye heavens and ye that dwell in them. Because it's not just literal heaven, like the spiritual realm where the Most High Yahweh and Yahushai and the celestial angels reside, or the the Shemayim, the skies and the stars and space and all that, at first there's several heavens. For the third heaven is the spirit realm, where the Most High Yahweh, where he's at, where he dwells, the sun, Yahushua, the angels, all that, man. When you die, where you go, that's the third heaven. The second heaven is would be like space, and then Shemayim, all that, First heaven be like just the sky and all that, even just the sky. But it also symbolically means a high place. A high place. Yeah, first, second, third is why it's first, second, third. But heaven means the sky and the firmament, the Shemayim, and the heavens, spirit realm. Also, you're in the spirit world, you're not going to be going through none of this as well. And, the tribes, the Israelites that died, man, that are not around, man, they have been sighing and crying in their spirits, man. When they go up to the Most High, they sigh and cry. They sigh and cry, and they basically be like, when will you avenge his saints, man? So rejoice, ye heavens, and ye that dwell in them, has that meaning as well. Yeah, Khan, man. Because the elect is gonna be kept safe in a position of security, of rest. So like a heaven, in a way, man. There's several meanings. Get the point. Versus you 2/3, inhabitants of the earth and of the sea. For the as well as other nations, but specifically you tribes, man. The martial law, the FEMA camps. The FEMA camps was first set up for who? So-called black people and Latinos, man. Don't forget that. So it's about you tribes, man. It's always been about your tribes. Woe to the inhabitants of the earth and of the sea, for the devil is come down unto you, having great wrath, because he knoweth that he hath but a short time. He knows he's going down, knows that he hath but a short time, man. He knows that he had but a short time. So this devil is trying to, what? What is he trying to do? What is this called? A great reset agenda. He's trying to reset his time. He's trying to reset. You have a timer. He's trying to or you're only allowed I've said this before, but when you're growing up, for those of y'all that grew up, when cell phones wasn't as widely available, or you wasn't given a cell phone by your parents, you use a computer either at home or at the library. Sometimes you try to reset, when time's up, sometimes you try to reset your time, man. Most of the times you couldn't, man. You had to get out. You had to get out the way, man, for the next person, man. And Esau, he don't want to get out the way. He don't want to step out of that power seat. But he's gonna be forced, but he's gonna fight back. So he's gonna come down with great wrath upon Yashrala, man. And you 2/3 are gonna fucking catch hell because y'all are outside. Slovakia, man. It's fucking Moscow, man. Nuts. Fucking with me. But you 2/3 is gonna really go through it. Because you 2/3 are gonna you 2/3 don't have this wisdom. Y'all don't have like it says, and you don't have what the elect got. Those who continue in this thing, they're enduring to the end, they're gonna have that. Isaiah 33:6. And wisdom and knowledge shall be the stability of thy times, and strength of salvation. The fear of Yahweh is his treasures. There you go. That's what the elect has. The 2/3, y'all don't have that shit. Y'all are gonna be unstable in those times, man. So easily moved. By what? By the winds of destruction that's coming upon the earth. By the flood. By Esau's flood. By his troops. Y'all are gonna be moved into them FEMA camps, or y'all are just gonna drown in that flood and die. That's what's gonna happen. because there's truth starting with the name of Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai, really the names of Yahweh and Yahushai. That's a strong tower. Proverbs 18:10. The name of Yahweh, but you could say Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai. Yahweh in the name of his son, Yahushai, is a strong tower. The righteous runneth into it and is safe. So there you go, The righteous runneth into it and is safe. That's you 2/3, y'all gonna be, that's the point right there, and you 2/3 are gonna be locked out of that tower, man. Y'all gonna be locked out of this spiritual ark, man. Because you trust in this covenant that you have with Esau. It's not gonna help you. Isaiah 28:5, because ye have said, we have made a covenant with death, and with hell are we at agreement. When the overflowing scourge shall pass through, it shall not come unto us. For we have made lies our refuge, and under falsehood have we hid ourselves. So because ye said that, we made a covenant with hell. Oh, we have made a covenant with death. We gotta, these so-called white people, like we're legal with them, man. We'll just keep voting. We'll just vote instead of we'll just vote for the other party in the next election, man. It'll make everything better. Well, we'll just protest. We'll just march. We'll just march like we'll just march. We'll just keep on marching. We'll march, protest. We'll join with Esau to burn our own neighborhoods down. We'll just do that, We'll just do that, like the left, like these Edomites on the left wing of the Eagle suggest, man. Yeah, we'll just do that, Even you well, that's kind of carnal, but you you Jakes that trust in Esau's weapon. Oh yeah, we'll just we got the Second Amendment, man. We'll just defend ourselves. We'll just take up arms against these devils when they roll, man. For you Jakes, man, that think y'all could take up Esau's blessing, use Esau's strength, man, which is your weakness against Esau. Because you think the Second Amendment applies to you. You think all that shit applies to you. Nah, man. The Constitution say we 3/5 of a man. Slave is a 3/5 of a man. And we all slaves under this devil. Shit, you know what? These devils even enslave their own people. Because the average peon Edomite, he's siding over his children to Esau Edom, to the elites of Esau Edom, whenever they're born. That's called a birth certificate. They're even enslaved, but we're like at the bottom, so are the heathens that come here and are born here. But we're at the bottom of all that, man, because we're Jake. And making in that covenant with death, that covenant with death and with hell is not gonna fucking save our people. These devils are not gonna give two fucks about a constitution in that day, man. They already don't. And they already don't. Like even that deal, which don't even apply to us, you know, even that deal, like, bruh, even that deal, they don't give a fuck about it, man. Which they done broke their own covenant with that birth certificate shit, man. They broke their own covenant, man. That they made, man, because you can't trust these devils, man. You know, they always break their covenants. Just ask a so-called Native American, a Gadite, man. They always break their covenants, man. He had broken his covenant. But you tribes, man, y'all don't fucking listen. Psalms 55 and 20. He hath put forth his hands against such as be at peace with them. He hath broken his covenant, man. This devil don't keep his promises. He don't keep his deals. He don't keep his covenants, man. You know, he only tells you he's gonna do it just so you can think, just so you would trust him. His words are smoother than butter, man. Hey, let God tell it. He's a the so-called white man speak with a forked tongue, man, like a snake. Psalms 55 and 21. The word see God knew who the serpent was and still trusted him. Psalms 55 and 21. The words of his mouth were smoother than butter. The words of his mouth were smoother than butter. Hey, Esau is like, I got your back. I got your back. Joe Biden example. I got your back. Trust me, you so-called African Americans. We're gonna make basically. I'm not gonna let you down. For supporting me. Said something like that. And then when he got in office, what's the first thing he did? He sat you Jakes down. This little conference meeting, he sat you Jakes down. I think it was a Zoom meeting if I'm not sure. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, damn it. I'm not sure. That's why I'm saying if I'm not mistaken. But anyways, he sat you Jakes down. He talked to you like little children, like little kindergartners, man. Like Esau always does. No respect. It's talking about America's like in trouble or some shit because if it was to continue, you Jakes would be the majority and they couldn't hide it because our people already are the majority. If you count the so-called black people that's not included in the census as being so-called black, are not included at all because it's way more than 13% of the population. It was way more Judites than that. And that's the natural looking ones. And then you have the so-called Latinos, which make up a large percentage of the population. I believe like a brother went into, I believe it was the Elder Malcolm that brought it out. It's actually like twice that amount or 3 times that amount. So that would make already so-called blacks, and Latinos, I'm not sure if it's twice, 3 times, but even so, 26%. And then so-called Latinos, like 40-some%. That put them together, that's already a majority in America, Babylon. And then you have the speckled bird. You have Gad, which is way more of them than what they're gonna tell you and than what they know of even. Way more Gadites scattered among. Yeah, that goes into the speckled birds, man. I was gonna say a lot of so-called black people are not Judites. A lot of them are, but there's a lot that are Gadites as well and Reubenites, so-called Seminole Indians. So you have a lot of Gadites, and then you have speckled birds. You have Israelite foreigners from both the southern and northern kingdom here in Babylon. So there's a whole lot of them. You know, the so-called white people that's just speaking of the ones that look like Esau, because they look like all the other nations as well. But the so-called white people that going through the curses and got that zeal, got that flavor, they just act different. They don't act like your average so-called white man. They don't move like your average so-called white man. They're living in the ghetto, man. They're living in the ghetto. Yeah, they don't move like them because they have flavor. They got because they're not. They're not so-called white people. You know, and they're moving. They live in the ghetto and shit. You know, along just they live in the ghetto with Jake in the barrio with his car. They or in the trailer. They have their own little ghetto, man. The country ghetto. The trailer park, and you have Ishkar version of that too, man. You have one bigger. Yeah, one called it's like a trailer park, but it's for Ishkar. It's for Ishkarite immigrants, a lot of them, and Zebulon probably. And it's called Rancho Vista. It's near San Marcos. It's a ghetto, but it's in the country. It's set up just like a trailer park. So you have a lot of them. You have the speckled birds in them as well, man. You know, catching the same curses. Because it don't matter where you go and how you look like. If you're an Israelite, if you're an Israelite, you're gonna catch the curses. You know, you're gonna be at the bottom. You're gonna all that, man. Well, that's the curses. You're gonna be like Lazarus out here, man. So that's a whole lot of Jakes in Babylon, man. Then you have, well, of course, not just you have speckled birds looking like every nation on earth that's living here in Babylon. And they came here thinking that they would get a better life. So it's already a majority. But what he was talking about was that it would be a majority that they wouldn't be able to hide because it would be so much of a majority. There'd be very few Edomites by that time. So he said America is in trouble because of that, man. That's why. So automatically he was showing you his horns. That's the point that I was getting to. Automatically. You can't trust this devil, man. You really can't. Because when this devil gets his chance to show his horns, he's gonna show his horns and his teeth. Hold on, Nakin. He does it every time, and you Jake's steady be for y'all Jake's uh steady trusting in him, man. Always forgetting. Y'all Jakes have short-term memory loss, man. Hold on. Psalms 55 and 21. The words of his mouth were smoother than butter, but war was in his heart. His words were softer than oil, yet were they drawn swords. Yup, there you go, man. The words of his mouth were smoother than butter, man. Smooth talker, man. Esau. But war was in his heart. Whole time he's spitting game to your brain, hoping you receive it, and you receive it. But it's like a Trojan horse, man. It's like a Trojan horse. His words were yeah, it's like a Trojan horse. Hey, which is, by the way, where the saying comes from. Never trust Greeks. It goes like this. Don't trust Greeks bearing gifts. Never trust Greeks bearing gifts, something like that. Because even though, the Trojans and them, they was not Esau, Esau borrowed from them. You could imagine that. And he used their strategies. I'd say yeah. He used their strategies, man. Which they only did because they couldn't, get in and shit, but yeah. Anyways, the point is, Esau uses that strategy. Esau will come spit that game to you. He'll offer you a gift. Oh, what the fuck, bro? Of what you think is a gift. Or what he'll make you think is a gift. But it's really a weapon. And this devil uses words as Trojan horses. Uses smooth talk. Uses words as uses sweet words, like really promises. That's what it is. Uses promises. Gives you promises, and the way he says it, it gets you. Hold on, I can't. And it gets you, the way he says it gets you, basically, can throw you off, man. The way he says it can actually throw you off and make you think that this devil is somehow your friend and somehow changed, even though ain't shit changed about him, man. The whole time he's coming with that same, shit, no fucking one to slide, yo. He's coming with that same, lame game, bro. He's playing that same lame game. He just rephrase. He just wrapped it in some new rapping and shit, man. That's all. Like it's the same bullshit. Jacob's trouble, what Esau's trying to bring, the Great Reset, is all those times when Esau cracked down and he made us like he was all those times whenever Esau came down real hard, man. Like slavery, dude. Before then, Esau learned. Esau lulled those jakes to sleep, by pretending to be their friend. 1492, he lulled those jakes, those Northern Kingdom jakes, man, to sleep. Pretending to come in peace, man. Pretending to come in peace, but war was in his heart, man. Hey, the Pilgrims, they pretended to come in peace, but war was in his heart. But war was in their hearts, man. Whole time they was plotting on the land, man. and they had a Gadite teach them how to farm and all that, man. And what they do, slayed the Gadites, man. And what did they do? There was some Gadite, there was some Gadite women, young Gadite women that brought out what they did, man. What Thanksgiving is really all about, because there's nothing for the tribes to be thankful for here. Every time these devils would massacre, went about and they would massacre the Gadites, man. Every time these devils massacred the Gadites, they celebrated, and they called those celebrations Thanksgiving celebrations every time. And then Abe Lincoln, so-called honest Abe, right? These devils can't be honest, so that's a fucking lie in itself. He made it a national holiday, man. The same devil that, hold on, he made it a holiday that you fucking tribes are still gonna fucking celebrate, no matter what, no matter what the roots of it is, just because you get to stuff your fat asses. Abraham Lincoln hanging the so-called natives, man. Yeah. It was Abraham Lincoln, he the one, he actually had more than, in Minnesota, he had more than 300 Santee Sioux found guilty of raping. Well, of course, in which of course they would do that. Of course, they're not going to hear what God has to say, man. It's one side of the story, man. Esau's. That's the only side that's going to get heard. No shit, right? More than 300 Santee Sioux are so-called found guilty of raping and murdering Anglo settlers and are sentenced to hang, so-called, right? A month later, President Abraham Lincoln commuted all but 39 of the death sentences. They was lynching you Gadites, man. And Lincoln was Lincoln. Wait, hold the fuck up. Oh, this is what they did to you tribes. Oh, that's a spirit, because that's what they're trying to do today, man. Just fucking commuted me. Commute a month later. Commuted all but 39. Okay. Commuted legally. So that I'm gonna make a correction. Commutation means a substitution of one thing for another. Okay. Lessening a sentence or punishment. That's what happened. From a criminal conviction, which can be done by the governor of a state convictions, or president. Okay, commuted. Okay. All but 39. Okay, they're sentenced to hang, and all but 39 were hanged. One of the Native Americans was granted a last-minute reprieve, but the other 38 were hanged simultaneously on December 26 in a mass execution, witnessed by a large crowd of Minnesotans. A lynching. That's what that was. The Santee Sioux were found guilty of joining in the so-called, because God, they wasn't trying to hear God. He was trying to be a little lenient, just to fucking, again, appear like he give a fuck about doing the right thing, just they wouldn't, more Gadites wouldn't rise up. The Santee Sioux were found guilty of joining in the so-called quote-unquote Minnesota Uprising, which was actually part of the wider so-called Indian Wars that occurred throughout the West during the second half of the 19th century. For nearly half a century, Anglo settlers invaded the Santee Sioux. Edomite settlers invaded the Santee Sioux territory in the Minnesota Valley, and government pressure gradually forced the so-called native peoples to relocate because they're Gadites. That's why I say so-called. To smaller reservations along the Minnesota River. So it was taking their land, man. At the reservations, the Santee were badly mistreated by corrupt federal so-called Indian agents and contractors. This, yeah, man. So they was putting hell on them. During July 1862, the agents pushed the Gadites to the brink of starvation by refusing to distribute stores of food because they had not yet received their customary kickback payments. Devils, man. The contractors callously ignored the Santee's pleas for help because they were Gadites. And those reservations, no, they're basically like Esau makes it out to be like Gadites get so much shit, but compared to the shit that they go through, man, it's only a handful that get the most benefits. And a lot of them are $5 Indians, meaning Edomites, anyways. But some are just that and the corrupt leadership. They're the ones that get it, the most of them. But yeah, they're basically concentration camps for the Gadites, man. Outraged at and at the limits of their endurance, the Santee struck back, killing so-called Anglo settlers and taking women as hostages. Okay, that's where the accusations came from. The initial efforts of the U.S. Army to stop the Santee warriors failed, and in a battle at Birch-Coulee, Santee Sioux killed 13 American soldiers and wounded another 47 soldiers. However, on September 23rd, a force under the leadership of General Henry H. Sibley defeated the main body of Santee warriors at Wood Lake, recovering many of the hostages and forcing most of the Gadites to surrender, man. The subsequent trials of the prisoners gave little attention to the injustices the Gadites had suffered on the reservations and largely catered to the popular desire for revenge. Yep. Because they rose up against us. But look what the fuck you fucking devils did. Look what the fuck you fucking devils did. They basically had them under siege, man. They had these devils under siege. And it was at the limits of their endurance. They was like, we can't take this shit no more, man. And that's what they're pushing you everyday Babylonians to, especially you tribes, man. They're pushing you to basically the point to where you either submit or fight back. Submit to getting poisoned by lethal injection or strike back. Submit, hold on. If you submit, you die. If you submit, you die. But if you submit, you die. And if you fight back calmly, you die too. Hold on. Alright, Shalom, Shalom, I'm back. Outrage and at the limits of their. Hold on. Yeah, they was outraged and at the limits of their endurance. So, that, hey, that's spiritual. That I got this article. It's heavy because it matches up with the times that we're coming into. It matches up, well, the times right now and the times we're coming into even more so. These devils are going to push you Jakes, you tribes, into uprising, man. And then they're going to blame you tribes like they always do. They start the fires and then they come in like the firefighters. They come in like the floods, but they the motherfuckers that started the fire. It's the same old Auto Ab KO. Auto Ab KO, man. Always. This is what they do. They always do this shit. However, on September 23rd, okay, calm, man. A force under the leadership of General Henry H. Sibley, a flood, right? Defeated the main body of Santee warriors at Wood Lake. Yep. Yep. Mm-hmm. And this sounds just like what they did. Yeah. recovering many of the hostages and forcing most of the Gadites to surrender. This sounds just like what they did to you Judites, to the kingdom of Judah in 70 AD. 66 AD to 70 AD. They pushed you tribes to the breaking point. And then y'all uprised. Got carnal, right? Got carnal, played right into their hands, and they came in like a flood. They started a fire of rage, right? They started a fire, and then they acted like the heroes came to put it out. 70 AD, all over again. All over again. The subsequent trials of the prisoners gave little is Esau behind them both, man. Provoke Esau will do that. Get you Jakes to get all riled up, all pissed off over the injustices. And then get you carnal, even set people up to get you to get carnal. And then, just until y'all can't hold back. Boom, y'all get too heated and there's a fire, man. And then Esau comes in like a flood, man. He always does this shit. The subsequent trials of the prisoners gave little attention to the injustices the Gadites had suffered on the reservations, and largely catered to the popular desire for revenge. However, but that wasn't the whole story. However, President Lincoln's commutation of the majority of death sentences, well, then they put that, which he still put some of them to death, man. And it was also during the time of the Civil War. Think about it. They didn't want those Gadites to take the side of the Confederates and shit. That's also why. But yeah, it's an example of that. And the trials were conducted unfairly, man, in a variety of ways, man. Yeah, the evidence was sparse. The tribunal was biased. Of course, man. They always do this shit, man. And defendants were represented in unfamiliar proceedings conducted in a foreign language, and authority for convening the tribunal. Well, it was rigged, man. It was lacking. So the tribunal was biased, man. They rigged it just to throw. They basically railroaded them, man. Oh, the other was Sugun was the young so-called. Yeah, two of them was executed. The one was Koski, I mean, firstborn son, reportedly stepped forward when the name Koski was called and was then separated for execution from the other prisoners. The other was Segan was a young so-called white man that had been adopted by the Gadites. In the early age of Segan had been acquitted. Had been acquitted, okay. But anyway, let me get into this. Even this right here, man, this nature of these devils. Letter from Hudden Dane Yanka, Dane Yanka to Chief Wabasha, written shortly before his execution. Quote unquote. 'Cause you had sellout chiefs too, man. Ford engines. You have deceived me. You told me that if we followed the advice of General Sibley and gave ourselves up to the so-called whites, all would be well. No innocent man would be injured. I have not killed, wounded, or injured a so-called white man or any so-called white persons. I've not participated in the plunder of their property, and yet today I'm set apart for execution and must die in a few days while men who are guilty will remain in prison. Huh? My wife is your daughter. My children are your grandchildren. I leave them in your care and under your protection. Do not let them suffer. And when my children are grown up, let them know that their father died because he followed the advice of a chief and without having the blood of a so-called white man to answer for it to the Great Spirit, which that's what they call the Most High Yahweh. But yeah. You know, it shows the nature of these devils and these sellouts, man, as well. You know, y'all become deceivers like Esau. And then where them Gadites at, man? Still at the bottom. You know, including the descendants of that chief. Which one of them is him coming back? Now my shit's freezing up. All right, so I was gonna get Oh, Khan still alive. Kala Yahba Hashem Yahushai Bahashim Rakal Kadash. Sometimes it shut down on me. But, Kala Yahba Hashem Yahushai Bahashim Rakal Kadash is still up. These fucking devils. Always doing this shit whenever I be on here for a minute, man. Always do this shit. Yeah, the true origin of Thanksgiving was when you look into it, it was of a massacre, man. The true origin of Thanksgiving, since the Massachusetts Bay Colony's Governor John Winthrop declared the day to celebrate colonial soldiers, who just slaughtered hundreds of Pequot men, women, and children, what is now Mississippi, Connecticut. Thanksgiving, yep. Thanks killing. Thanks killing and stealing. But yeah, you get the point, man. Hey, you look at the story, man. They was pushing them Gadites to the point of no return too, man. As well, they always do. Hold on. So I gotta go do something, and then I gotta get back into that article. Alright, Shalom, Shalom, I'm back. I had to take care of some. I had to tune into that brother Bakar a month. I had to tune into his live for a little bit because he going in on Second Ezra chapter 16 is close by. And that's exactly what Esau was setting up, man. Esau pisses the people off, then he sends agent provocateurs if they're not pissed off enough to piss them off even more, and also to do shit to demonize them as well, so that there's a divide between those that are for his policies and against them. And so this is what he's doing. He's pissing the people off so that they will uprise, so that they'll riot and fuck shit up. And then he's sending in the troop. And then what he's gonna do is send in the troops are already normalizing shooting down protesters, man. Like in the Netherlands. Esau starting the fires, setting up the sparks and everything, man. Well, setting up the fuel for the fire, the sparks, and starting the fire, man. And Jacob, like getting Jake riled up particularly, and then coming in like firefighters, with the sword, man. Odo Abkale. It's what Esau does. Each and every fucking time. It's what he does, man. It's his MO. That's why it's the 33rd degree Freemason model, man. That's his MO. Odo Abkale. Problem, reaction, solution. That's his MO. Problem, reaction, solution. It's the formula that he uses each time. And so that's what he's doing here, man. And it's interesting how, I just brought out the Thanksgiving, the real origin of Thanksgiving, and what the massacre, the Pequot massacre that happened, right? King Philip's War, which was provoked by the Edomites. It was provoked by the Edomite colonists to piss the Gadites off. And then when they flipped out, like they wanted them to do, well, what they did, here's what they did. They came in with great wrath. They came down with great wrath. Each fucking time, man. The same fucking formula. Each fucking time, man. And Esau tells us it was back when the pilgrims came or whatever, but I don't know. I think it's because there's feasts. There was times, because I got an article. The English usually kept Thanksgiving, like the English speaking Edomites, which we learned from Jake, right? They usually kept Thanksgiving type festivities with like fasting and shit. And they learned that from Jake, of course. But yeah. Like very few times, though sometimes they would have feasts, but they kept it with a lot of it they kept with fasting and shit. Wasn't always a huge dinner. Yeah. peace didn't last. Which, when you go into it, you know the reason why the Edomites, reason why they were all right with the Edomites being there. Yeah, the pilgrims would most likely consider their sober 1923 day of prayer. Well, because they were still, they were still, they were still. Well, they learned from Jake. I'll just say that. But they were a bunch of devils. Would most likely consider their sober, and there's praying to Caesarea. 1623 day of prayer for their first actual Thanksgiving, according to the History of Massachusetts blog. Others pinpoint 1637, which I believe so, as the true origin of Thanksgiving and stealing. Thanksgiving, false stealing, and stealing. Since the Massachusetts Bay Colony's governor, John Winthrop, declared a day to celebrate colonial soldiers who had just slaughtered hundreds of Pequot men, women, and children in what is now Mystic, Connecticut. Yep. Regardless, the popular telling of the initial Harvest Festival is what lived on thanks to Abraham Lincoln. So it was his story. It was Esau's story. It was Esau's story, man. And during holidays, also nearly erased from our collective memory what happened between the Wampanoag and English generation later, you know, according to their timetable, right? Which I believe, okay, 1637, the 1637 massacre, man. 1637 massacre of the tribe of Gad, yo. The true story of Thanksgiving, false stealing, killing, and stealing. The idea of false stealing, killing, stealing, thanks, killing, stealing, and false stealing. Thanks for killing, stealing, and false stealing. In other words, thanks for nothing. You could call it that too. It's thanks for nothing too. The idea of the American thanks, killing, stealing, and false stealing feast is a fairly recent fiction. The idyllic partnership of 17th century European Reed Edomite pilgrims and New England Gadites sharing a celebratory meal happens to be less than 120 years old. And it was only after the First World War, oh shit, that a version of such a Puritan Gadite partnership took hold in elementary schools across the American landscape. We can thank the invention of textbooks and their mass purchase by public schools for embedding this thanks thanks for nothing, you could put it that way as well, image in our modern minds. It was, of course, a complete invention, a cleverly created slice of cultural propaganda. Just another in a long line of inspired nationalistic myths. Yup, time. Edomite supremacist myths, man. Edomite supremacy, man. That's who was. It's an Edomite supremacist myth. That story, man. Hold on, I'll be back. I feel like I gotta, the Rakah Kadash is. He wants me to bring out more on things, false stealing, killing, and stealing day. That you niggas and you spiggers, man, that y'all gonna stuff your face to when you speckled niggas. are gonna stuff your face to. Speckled niggas and niggettes are gonna stuff your face to. Hold on, I'm gonna be back. All right, Shalom, Shalom, I'm back. hmm The first Thanksgiving Day, first Thanksgiving Day did a, did occur. I just call it Thanks for Nothing for short. The first Thanks for Nothing Day did occur in the year 1637 Oh, but it was nothing like our thanks for nothing today. On that day, the Massachusetts colony governor, John Winthrop, proclaimed such a thanks, uh, thanks for nothing to celebrate the safe return of a band of heavily armed hunters, all colonial volunteers. They had just returned from their journey to what is now Mystic, Connecticut, where they massacred 700 Pequot Gadites, man. Several hundred Gadites, men, women, and children all murdered. This day is still remembered today, 373 years later. No, it's been long forgotten by so-called white people, by so-called European so-called Christians, but it's still fresh in the mind of many so-called Indians, tribe of Gad. A group calling themselves the United American Indians of New England meet each year at Plymouth Rock on Coles Hill for what they say is a day of mourning. They gather at the feet of a statue, of Chief Massasoit of the Wampanoag to remember the long gone Pequot. They do not call it Thanksgiving. There's no football game afterward, which that is a complete mockery. That football game. The Cowboys versus the Redskins, a complete mockery of what they fucking did, and it tells you what they fucking was on, man. I think, like, for the most part, the Cowboys win that game. Showing you, man, it's all set up. How then did our modern, yeah, it's showing you, re-rake it just to mock Gad. How then did our modern festive thanks for nothing come to be? I saw it was 9:11 a.m. when I said that, when I read that Amos 9:11, House David come back together. The breach is being sealed. This is a part of it. It began with the greatest of misunderstandings, a true clash of cultural values and fundamental principles. What are we thankful for if not being here, living on this land, surviving and prospering? But in our thankfulness, might we have, yeah, which they say that it's about that, but they lie, man. Might we have overlooked something? Yeah. Look what happened. And you're thankful for what, man? You tribes are thankful for what? Being the slave under being the slave under Esau, Edom, being slave under these devils, man. Like celebrating the deaths of your brothers, the tribe of Gad. Look what happened to the original residents who lived in the area of, yeah, you're celebrating that and being thankful for what? Like being a slave under Esau, man? And you're thanking JC. You're thanking Caesar Bowl, man, who was a devil, man. That's the image you picture whenever you celebrate and whenever you so-called thank the Lord, right? You're thanking Caesar Bowl for being a slave in a land that was stolen from your brothers, and you was brought here as slaves, where some rest were pushed here. And yeah, thankful for being a slave in that land. Like it's bullshit. I'm thanking Caesar Bowl, thinking you're thanking the Most High to lie. The holidays a lie. Look what happened to the original residents who lived in the area of New York we have come to call Brooklyn, Gadites. A group of them called Canarses obligingly, perhaps eagerly, accepted very man fucking Esau accepted various pieces of pretty colored junk from the Dutchman Peter Minuet in 1626. These trinkets have long been estimated to be worth no more than 60 Dutch guilders at that time, $24 in modern American money. In exchange, the Canarsies gave Peter Minuet the island of Manhattan. What did they care? They were living in Brooklyn. Of course, all things, especially commercial transactions, need to be viewed in perspective. Nearly 2 dozen tribes of Gadites, so-called natives, living in the New York area in those days had a distinctly non-European concept of territorial rights. They were strangers to the idea of real property. It was common for, but because it would be the tribe's property, not someone could just steal your land type shit. Which they try to use that to justify it, but it don't justify it. It was common for one tribe to grant permission to another. So it was tribal. Those were families. Those were families. And those families, you know, those came from bigger families, which came from bigger families, which came from bigger families, which came from Gad. You know, that's what it. That's what it was. hmm They just broke up into other tribes, man. That's all that happened. You know, just like Jake and ruling Europe broke up into different. There were different kingdoms, man, and in West Africa too, probably in other places as well. That's all it was. But yeah, you know, would the tribe would collectively own the land, and they would give one another tribe permission to another to hunt and fish nearby themselves on a regular basis. Yup, yeah, that was what I was gonna read. But I had to bring that out, man, because they were just a bunch of other families, man. Well, a bunch of Gadite families. It was yeah. On a regular basis, they did that, man. They granted another tribe permission to hunt and fish. You know, that was just another Gadite family, man. Nearby themselves, and they knew this on a regular basis. Since his real and imagined were not a part of their culture, naturally it was polite to ask before setting up operations too close to where others lived, but refusal in matters of this sort were considered rude. Our people are fucking generous, so of course. As a sign of gratitude, small trinkets were usually offered by the tribe seeking temporary admission and cheerfully accepted by those already there. Khan, man. Khan. Yeah, Khan. It was clearly understood to be a sort of short-term rental agreement. Yeah, it wasn't like you own the shit, man. Sad to say, because that was the other tribe's land. Sad to say, the unfortunate Canarsies apparently had no idea the Dutch meant to settle in. Probably didn't tell them. Devils. Worse yet for them, it must have been unthinkable that they would also be Slovakia, unwelcome in Manhattan after their deal. One thing we can be sure of, their equivalent to today's buyer's remorse brought the Canarsies nothing but grief, humiliation, and violence. But that's because they got fucked over, man. That was some shit that they didn't tell them they was gonna do, man. They got fucked over. Okay, let's check it. See if I was still alive and shit. Cause sometimes they'll do that too. Let me go back to what I was going into. Hold on, Alkin. This app be freezing up on me, man. This browser. It's fucking annoying. It's free. It froze up again. Mm-hmm. Many so-called Indians lived on Gadites lived on Long Islands, all on Long Island in those days. Another Dutchman, Adrian Block, was the first so-called European to come upon them in 1619. Block was also eager to introduce European commercialism and the so-called Christian concept of real estate to those unfortunate incidents. Real estate, I think, goes back to a royal estate, if I'm not mistaken, which they learned from. I learned all that from southern tribes that was over here. They turned it into, oh, there's just mines and shit. Hold on. Real estate roots. Real estate meaning. I think that's what it is. I think it's why is it called real estate? Yeah, property consisting of lands building. Yeah, real estate. Yeah, become a legal term to identify a royal grant. Yeah, yo, that's where that comes from. The word real, real, like the Camino Real, Royal Road. Real is derived from, oh, yeah, meaning existing, actual, genuine, but it's linked to it, man. Real, real estate, real, real. Yeah. Become a legal term to identify a royal grant of estate land. The word real is derived from Latin, meaning existing, actual, or genuine. The word estate is a English translation of the French word estat, meaning status. But I could get etymology on this shit, man. If they don't show that much etymology on it. On real estate. Go over it real quick. Real estate etymology. Real. Yeah, let me get that etymology on this shit, man. So I believe it'll come from that royalty at the same time. Hold on. Let me verify. Actually existing, having physical existence, not imaginary, of course, right? Made 15, relating to things, especially property from Old French real after from Late Latin realis, actual and medieval Latin belonging to the thing itself, from Latin res, property, goods, material, thing, affair, which Devon traces to PIE, H re e, wealth, good, source, also Sanskrit, raya, property, goods, avestan, fuck avestan, I don't know what that is. Wealth. Okay, avestan is. I think it's yeah, it's Iranian Persian language. The meaning genuine is so Edomites, yeah, which they're one of the oldest groups of Shemites. But let me continue. The meaning, which is why that language is, which they get it from Jake, of course. Well, they get it from Hebrew. It's just the dollar to Hebrew. Real was used to refer to a movable property, paired with and distinguished from personal. Yeah. Real, verdadero. We also had this. That's why I said what I said. Camino Real. The Royal Road. Because, if a king, like, it, guess it comes from the concept, because if a king, decrees it into existence, then it's real now. That's where it would come from. Yeah, Royal Real. Anyways, he Without exception, those Gadites too came out on the short end of their dealings with Dutch. Okay, basically goes into all that, man. How they fucked them over. Yo. Yeah, they had to like go without food for a while. These pilgrims, and they would they were calling it days of fasting and shit. And then they would when they was finally able to eat, cause yeah, they would call it Thanksgiving, and they wrote it down. That's the mention of the word Thanksgiving. They didn't share it with the Gadites though. The local so-called Indians, the Wampanoag and the Pequot. No, that never happened. That is until its conclusion in the quote unquote Thanksgiving. Thanks for nothing given. Thanks for giving us nothing story in 1890. Let the Wampanoag be a lesson to us, especially in. Okay. Okay, but basically it's where you could get from it. Just take the bones out. Yeah, it wasn't until the victorious colonial militia returned from their slaughter of the Pequot Gadites that the new Americans began their now time honored and cherished Thanksgiving. Yup, it wasn't until then. That's the actual story of thanks. Thanks for nothing. And thanks for killing. Thanks killing, stealing, and ill dealing. Yeah, they didn't do it until then. They didn't do it until then, and it wasn't shared with God. That's a myth. But yeah, they was pushing them. They was pushing them to the point of no return back then too. And it's and ain't it some shit how we're coming around that same time period and they're doing the same shit, the same fucking shit. Yo, it's Memorial Day. In 1637, yeah, Native history is Memorial Day. In 1637, the Pequot Massacre happened. This day in Native Gadite history, on May 26, 1637, a Puritan force fortified by Gadite allies, Ford engines, massacred a Pequot fort in Connecticut, killing as many as 500 men, women, and children, and burning the village to the ground. So, Ah, shit. All right, so hold on. Hold the fuck up. I gotta see this. I gotta see this. News update. There was a SUV. He said, hey, there's a Christmas parade attack on Waukesha, Wisconsin. 5 dead, 40 injured. Daryl Brooks being questioned. Oh, after you had Kyle Rittenhouse get released. This is some shit we gotta watch. Waukesha city officials say 5 people are dead and more than 40 are injured after an SUV plowed through a Christmas parade in Wisconsin on Sunday. Children are among those injured, while the person of interest being questioned by police has been identified as Daryl Brooks. So Jake, you can already tell. Waukesha, Wisconsin Police Chief Daniel Thompson said, "That's the fall guy." Waukesha, Wisconsin Police Chief Daniel Thompson said a person of interest is currently in custody but stressed the investigation is very active. Waukesha Fire Chief Stephen Howard said his department transported at least 11 adults and 12 children to 6 area hospitals. Thompson noted that some of the facilities have children on November 22nd, too. You know, we have anniversary of the Kennedy assassination. Also, 11 days after Veterans Day and shit, which is 11, 11, 11, 11, 11. Double destruction. So what would that be? Triple destruction. 11, 22, 2021, 11, 22 add up to 33. Slovakia. Respect. I'm still expecting somebody. The man being questioned after a red SUV plowed through Waukesha's Christmas parade, killing at least 5 people, injuring dozens, has been identified as Daryl E. Brooks, a Milwaukee man with a criminal history. Of course, man, they're making him look like like a whole demon. A Milwaukee man with a criminal history dating back to 1999 that includes criminal violent felonies. Multiple senior law enforcement told Yup, from victims to villains. Sources say he's being questioned over the incident in Waukesha. The sources say it is not being investigated as terrorism at this time. They're probably gonna do it. That's like November 22nd. 2021. Interesting. 33, 33, because November 22nd, 11/22. 2021. So another 22. 55. 1 would make a 6. 56. 11. The declaration comes after Evers releases a message saying he and his... Okay. Basically, shit. And it's like they all had this scripted, man. Former Lieutenant Governor, because they're all coming out with it right then. Former Lieutenant Governor of Wisconsin, Rebecca Cleefish, responds to the tragedy that struck a Christmas parade in Waukesha. Really Saturnalia parade in Waukesha. Nimrod's birthday parade in Waukesha, and how the community plans to move forward. So they're saying that this Jake did it, man. Daryl E. Brooks Jr. saying that this Jake did it. Who knows what they're gonna turn this into, but we're just finding out. 5 people are dead, 40 injured. Right now, that's the numbers they're giving us. Well, Keisha Fire Chief Stephen Howard said his department transported at least 11 adults and 12 children. So it's like Esau plays with the numbers. That's why you gotta do that. Yo, and of course they're gonna include children in that as well. Outrage. 11 adults and 12 children. 23, okay. They got the now wait, hold on. Told Fox and Friends on Monday that the driver of the vehicle just came barreling right in front of us, right where we were standing, and he kept going, so we saw and heard everything. Okay, so they already have, and then they already have them lined up. So you can see me. A nurse said she didn't spot a little boy on the ground who was turning purple. He had a pulse, felt his neck. There was another nurse there with me, and we were talking about doing rescue breathing. At that moment, we saw someone say, "The medics are here. The medics are here." I got up, and again, someone kept running past us and said, "Active shooter. Active shooter." They're fucking... Their official story is already collapsing, man. Active shooter. Active shooter. But it was an SUV that was used to run those people over, right? Crisis actor alert. Crisis actor alert. The medics are here. Never heard EMS being referred to like that. Like, it's not common. I mean, probably does happen, but it's not common. Definitely the part about active shooter. Not there's a van. There's a van coming or some shit like that. Raises a red flag, man. No, that raises a red flag. It should. It should raise a red flag for y'all too, man. Esau's false flag is already his false flag narrative is already falling apart, man. And then they blame this they're blaming this Jake. Who knows what they're gonna do, man? On Wisconsin after the Kenosha, what happened in Kenosha, him getting released. Them saying that shit about Kyle Rittenhouse, that Edomite, which that shit was that shit was like a movie scene, man. That shit was fucking scripted too. That was scripted as well. And they were saying that he killed some Edomites, and then one newspaper come out and said that he shot 3 so-called black men. Shit is scripted, man. And I bet that was like the original script that they wanted to play. But the Most High Yahweh, he threw a wrench in that because it wasn't time for that to go down yet. But hey, it's looking like they might tie it to the verdict, man. And now they're saying that that flares are headed toward the Earth. Could it take down communication lines worldwide? Because Esau's about to pull it. Esau is about to pull that shit. Scientists invent camera that could see through almost anything. Nah, I think they probably been had it. They're just coming out with it. Just looking at the different news that I could bring out, man. Pushing that CBDC, and just came across a story that Celebrity Cruises 1,044 440 suit on its newest ship. Dollar suit on its suite on its newest ship. That's the Spirit. Yes, when you see the 144 is a lot, your brothers be seeing them. That's a sign from Ruach HaKodesh. Yeah, we gonna be on them spaceships near the Lex. Y'all write down over that number. Hope to be. And hey, hey man, the elect is gonna have a spot. Elect the 144K is gonna have a spot on the space on the spaceships, aka the chariots. Bird's eye space chariot better than bird's eye view, man. Of Babylon's destruction. That's that sign mean to me. Just look at that view from it. Be better than that view. People think we're bugged out, but they think we're bugged out already. Experts have predicted a probable solar storm this weekend due to the advent of a flood of solar winds. NASA's Solar Dynamics Observatory captured photos of the sun's corona, which showed a big coronal hole in the sun's outer atmosphere. A rush of gaseous material from the hole is expected to reach Earth between Saturday and Sunday. Oh, this was oh shit. The weekend, actually, the weekend after. Thanks for stealing. Thanks for killing, stealing, and ill dealing. Oh no, Cyber Saturday, Cyber Monday's after. So small business Saturday. You know that was like on Saturday. Between that and yeah, these made up holidays, right? To get the people to shop till they drop, right? For that one major folly day. Between that and Cyber Monday, that's when the sane is gonna hit. According to spaceweather.com, solar flares might produce minor geomagnetic disruptions in Earth's magnetosphere. The magnetosphere is a region of space where the planet's magnetic field is located. A constant stream of plasma rushes forward from the sun's corona, forming solar winds. Plasma is made up entirely of free-flowing electrons and protons. The streams can escape the sun's corona, which may reach temperatures of 1.1 million degrees Celsius. The source of most solar wind emissions is assumed to be coronal holes. So they're saying that this might happen. No, I wouldn't be surprised if Esau used that to take the grid down. The National Weather Service's Space Weather Division is becoming increasingly important. It continues to grow as we better understand the sun's physical processes and their effects on Earth and space. Okay, solar flares, coronal holes, and coronal mass ejections (CMEs) may discharge large bursts of radiation, high-speed electrons and protons, and other extremely energetic particles from the sun, which are occasionally targeted towards Earth. These particles and radiation may damage satellites and objects, interrupt GPS, and pose serious health concerns to individuals traveling at high altitudes on Earth and astronauts in space. Sanjita Abdul-Jyoti of the University of California, Irvine, and the VMware research believes for independent that a bigger number of sunspots will enhance the likelihood of a strong CME. She explains that CMEs are generally originate magnetically active regions around sunspots. Solar storms are classified as G1 minor to G5 extreme. In layman's terms, experts use a scale of 1 to 5 to categorize the said space weather. Minor storms, according to express.com.co.uk, can generate modest power grid oscillations and disrupt satellite operations. At the lower end of the spectrum, weak storms in the polar areas can also cause auroras by causing atoms and molecules of gas to reach new energy levels. Extremes, ah, fuck. Extreme storms, on the other hand, have the potential to cause widespread blackouts and communication failures. So these devils, man, they plotting, and I wouldn't be surprised if they just take down, they take down the grid because of that, the internet particularly as well, and blame that on what, on solar flare and shit. Because the internet, it also uses satellite as well. All right, so hold on. We have protests throughout Europe, the Netherlands, the riots. I went over that. Austria, you have riots. Said one sign said, "Control the border, not your people." At the anti-lockdown demonstration held by the far right. Shit. Held by the far right Freedom Party in Vienna today. Denmark, a man waves the national flag of Denmark in front of the Danish parliament in Copenhagen. More than 1,000 people gathered to protest the reintroduction of the national health pass. Up in Croatia, yeah, they holding Nazi signs that saying "Show me your papers." You know, demonstrators marched in the center of Zagreb to protest against COVID, against 1984 edition law of the Crown Law of the Swiss government in Zurich, Switzerland, November 20th, 2021. As the Illuminati eye, bro. Are you watching? Uber watching? Uber messing? Uber watching? What it say? Say that. Which probably means something about they watching. Something about that. Uber, I think, mean like Subaru or something like that. Yeah, Subaru. My sin. Are you? What the fuck? Who knows what that shit means? Yeah, reading through this article is going into Austria's lockdown, and the prime minister, the chancellor, said that we have not succeeded in convincing enough people to take the VA shot. Chancellor Alexander Schallenberg told a news conference, quote unquote, it hurts that such measures still have to be taken. They act like it hurts them, it fucking doesn't. Schallenberg also apologized to all people who all uh, all people who have taken the V8 on Friday night, saying it was not fair they had to suffer under the renewed lockdown restrictions, where they had done everything to help contain the cases. I'm sorry to take this drastic step, he said on public broadcaster ORF. Despite the violence a day earlier, around 300 protesters marched to the southern Dutch town of Breda, near the Belgian border, on Saturday, carrying banners with signs such as "No Lockdown." Organizers said they opposed Prime Minister Mark Rutte's plan to exclude the those that have not been Oh, Khan, I'm still live. I'm still live. Kala, how about Shimmy Al Shai by Shimmy Kaki for that. Hey, still alive because there's more to bring out. Parade person of interest had recently. Yo, I think these devils. I think they staged the false flag. Yeah, dude, they're just. Hold on. Person of interest in Wisconsin parade rampage just posted bail on violent charges. So that's just they're basically making him look like this Jake piece of shit, man. This Jake piece of shit. It's two third Jake. I wasn't surprised one bit. Matt Boy Fly wrote in response. That's one of his names. In response to a friend commenting about the Rittenhouse verdict. Okay, so they're saying that there's no indication right now. Right now, it's just some Jake that basically right now they're making it look like it's just some Jake that bugged out. The system Jake that bugged out and randomly drove through a crowd and shit. But they're not fucking saying nothing, bro. I didn't mean to do that. Go to Twitter with it. Oh shit, what the fuck? It just whited out on me. God. Okay. Let's see what they try to do. Wait, when browser stays freezing up, Esau be hating. That's what it is. Yeah, that don't make no fucking sense, bruh. Person of interest in Wisconsin parade rampage had just posted bail on violent charges. Bro, that don't make no fucking sense. He just posted bail and he's gonna run motherfuckers over. And he's gonna run motherfuckers over just for the fuck of it. Nah, dude. Makes no fucking sense at all. Mm-mm. Shalom. Yeah, I got kicked out of my live. I'm still live. Shalom. Ka Allah Yahweh Hashem Yahshai Hashem Kadash. Esau's freezing my shit up. When I get on here, Esau freezes my shit up. freezes my shit up, and then it crashes a lot, crashes the app. Esau been doing that shit a lot today. Fucking devil. Alright, shalom, shalom. Is what it is. Shit, bro. Hold on. All right, so hold on. So Esau got this article from Futurism. Esau said he invented a camera that could see through almost anything, which they probably been had. Holographic camera engineers at Northwestern University have created a powerful camera that can see through solid and opaque objects such as fog, corners, and even human flesh and bone. The device is seemingly ripped from sci-fi. The camera relies uh, the camera, and that's the type of shit they show in sci-fi shows, by the way. The camera relies on a light capture system, and wonder why, right? The camera relies on a light capture system called synthetic wavelength holography, according to a press release from Northwestern Engineering. It works by scattering laser light onto hidden objects, then balancing it back to the camera, where an AI reconstructs the signals to show the hidden object. Wide applications of paper with research findings have been published in Nature since the holography measure allows the science to see fast-moving objects such as a car, so like a driving around corners, even a heartbeat through a person's chest. It could be used in early warning systems or anti or of non-medical, non-invasive medical imaging. Our technology will usher in a new wave of imaging capabilities, quote unquote. Florian Willow-Mitzer, assistant professor at the McCormick School of Engineering and lead author of the study, said in the release. He added that the camera method could be applied to radio waves for space exploration or some underwater acoustic imaging. The testing is still the technology selected. I'm still in this prototype stage, according to Esau. However, early results show promise and may help prevent car accidents in the future as self-driving vehicles become more and more prominent. Like it can be applied to many areas. Willow Mitzer said, and we only have scratched the surface. So there you go, man. Esau's perfect Esau's perfect technology for seeing into your crib. Like, yeah, you already know what Esau do, man. Attach it to a tank, a Humvee, or one of them drones, man. One of them dogs, and see right into your crib. That's why when Esau rolls, when Esau rolls, we're gonna need spiritual power to actually endure it. It's like fall asleep because of because Esau's gonna be able to see into your crib, man. So you're gonna need spiritual power, like invisibility cloak type spiritual power, man, to be able to hide from this devil, man. To hide hide from this devil, man. You're gonna need that. Or really the angels shielding you, man, from being seen by Esau. Which is why in Isaiah 59 and 19, I'm gonna bring it out. 59 and 19, it says, so shall they fear the name of Yahweh, Yahweh Bashim Yahushai, calling on the Most High Yahweh, the Father, Yahweh in the name of his Son, Yahushai, and his glory from the rising of the sun. When the enemy shall come in like a flood, the spirit of Yahweh Bashim Yahushai shall lift up a standard against them. Verse 20, and the Redeemer shall come to Zion, and he's going to lift up a standard against them. Verse 20, and the Redeemer shall come to Zion unto them that turn from transgression in Jacob, saith Yahweh. Let me get let me get this as well. I'm gonna get Zechariah or House of David, right? House of David shall be his powers. Let me get that. That's Zechariah 12:8. In that day shall Yahweh defend the inhabitants of Jerusalem. And he that is feeble among them at that day shall be as David. And the house of David shall be his powers, as the angel of Yahweh before them. So there you go, man. We're gonna need that, man. One of the things as angel of Yahweh before them, right? The angel of Yahweh before them, right? And I would say it's the same angel that led us into the land, you know. You know, we shall do greater things, right? Yahweh Shai teleported. Yahweh Shai teleported. You know, he tell we're gonna need to do that. When they tried to stone Yahweh Shai, John 8:55, then took they up stones to cast at him, but Yahweh Shai hid himself, invisibility, and went out of the temple, going through the midst of them, and so passed by. Invisibility, invisibility. Invisibility cloak. And what did Yahushua say? Greater works than these. John 14:12. Verily, verily I say unto you, he that believeth on me, the works I do shall he do also, and greater works than these shall he do, because I go unto my Father. In Exodus 23:21. But let me go back. Behold, I send an angel. Angel simply means messenger. Behold, I send an angel before thee to keep thee in the way and to bring thee into the place which I have prepared. Verse 21. Beware of him and obey his voice. Provoke him not, for he will not pardon your transgressions. For my name is in him. Now, Yahweh Shai. Yahweh Shai. Verse 22. But if thou shalt indeed obey his voice and do all that I speak, then I will be an enemy unto thine enemies, and an adversary unto unto thine adversaries. Yup. Verse 23. For mine angel shall go before thee and bring thee into the Amorites and the Hittites and the Perizzites and the Canaanites and the Hivites and the Jebusites, and I will cut them off. Yeah. All right, so you get the point. All right, so we're gonna do greater things than Yahweh Shai, man. Be that number. And if invisibility was something that Yahweh Shai could do, man, the elect is gonna do greater than that. So maybe we'll have that cloak of invisibility. Then when when they and then when we'll have that, we'll be able to run, and sometimes Lord will have us Lord will have us will have us fuck them up in the house of David, right? While being invisible, just like out of that movie. Well, yeah, where they showed up being invisible and fucked them up. The X-Men, man, which was about their legs. But yeah, we're gonna need that because you see what Esau got. Can't fight him calmly. All y'all that want to take up arms against him. How you gonna fight a man who has the blessing of the sword calmly? Nah, man. You ain't gonna win that battle. Not like that. Using his strength and your weakness. Alright, so yeah, I want to get that. Probably gonna wrap it up soon. Mm. What the fuck? Try to go back to the George Report article. Huh. Oh yeah, you had riots. Benjamin was raising hell. France sent special forces to his Caribbean region of Guadeloupe after Divock riots. Dozens of elite cops and counter-terrorism officers have been sent to island nation in an attempt to quell wild riots against Divock measures. France has sent dozens of elite police and counterterrorism officers to its Caribbean island of Guadeloupe this weekend, following looting and arson in defiance of an overnight curfew. The island's government on Friday introduced the nighttime stay-at-home order after protests against the the zombie pass spiraled into violence the previous night, but the measure did little to quell the rioting. The night was very turbulent, a police source said. You already know Benjamin is gonna fucking raise hell. The security force recorded some 20 incidents of looting or attempted robbery in the seaside towns of Point a Pitre, Point a Pitre, Lagosier, including at a jewelry shop, a bank, a betting shop, and a shopping center. Yet militants of the Union Generale des Travailleurs de Guadeloupe set fires in Guadeloupe. Picture Carla Brown. Okay. The UGTG trade union called for a strike against mandatory mandatory uh, meetings with Vanessa. Picture call. Oh, what the fuck? Salakia. It shows them like writing and shit. Call for a strike. Sending fires and shit. In the town, yeah, Jake is rising up there, and in Rotterdam because it's a lot of Jakes there, man. In the town of Francois, Saint Francois to the east, police coming out of the station were threatened by blazing projectiles. Phone call second source within the armory. The French police said an armory had been looted. The first source said firearms were used against police forces in 4 different areas across the island, and one member was slightly wounded after a stone hit him in the face. In the area of Le Petit Bourg to the west, firefighters had to put out fires and 2 mobile phone stores, which had also been plundered. The Interior Ministry said 31 people had been arrested. France late Saturday said it was sending around 50 personnel from both its RAED, which I could just pronounce it RAID, elite police force, which and it's GIGN. Uh, Counterterrorism unit to counterterrorism. There's demon. They call them terrorists. Unit to Guadeloupe. The doctors' union in Guadeloupe warned against further trouble while the health system was so fragile. They criticized individuals who may have prevented patients from getting access to treatment, medical staff from reaching their place of practice. And you notice when these people, when it's people that be rioting, uh, demonstrating against hold on, against politicians that the so-called white man is against all their freedom fighters and shit. But if it's one that the so-called white man is for and that supports her, then they do some. Then they're gonna. Then they also like you that supports her, supports the whore that supports Esau. That's like a puppet government of Esau. Then they're gonna call them riots and shit. And that's the difference between riots and protests, terrorists and rebels. The narrative. The doctors' union and Guadalupe now is saying this warned against further trouble while the healthcare system was so fragile, and really the death care system. And these devils are of course gonna blame Jake. They criticized individuals who made Shalom, shalom, Akim. Yeah, Khan. No more sedition among men. This time, some Benjamites. And they're sending, that's basically martial law, man. It's martial law type situations. Yo, martial law in Guadalupe. Benjamites is getting locked down, man. Stay-at-home order. So they issued a stay-at-home order, so now they're gonna enforce it. French special forces. Yeah, Benjamin was running up in them stores too, man. In them jewelry stores and shit, a bank and Betty shop and shopping center. And Benjamin was pissed off. That's what Benjamin was pissed off. Because nobody wanna take this shit, man. Yeah, by November 6th, especially Jake, especially not Jake, but not even a lot of Edomites want to take it. But because they know. Yeah, it says by November 16th, some 46% of adults in Guadeloupe. Okay, on most of in mainland France have received 2 doses. Rates in its overseas territories have lagged behind. By November 6th, 11:44, Kala Yahabashim Yashai Bashim Kakadash. By November 16th, some 46% of adults in Guadeloupe had received one hit. 46%. Because Jake is not fucking with it, man. It's like, that's more of this. They're not trying to take it because they know what's up. They know Esau trying to take them out. What's this? Second Esdras 15:16. For there shall be sedition among men, and invading one another, they shall not regard their kings nor princes. And of course, their actions shall stand in power, and even this, verse 15, for the sword and their destruction draweth nigh, and one people shall stand up and fight against another, and swords in their hands. And then Esau is actually, and even this right here, Matthew 24:7, even this. For nation shall rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom, and there shall be famines and pestilences and earthquakes in divers places. All these are the beginning of sorrows, because Jake don't want to take that shit. They know these devils is trying to kill them off. So yeah. Alright, so, and then even this, a man shall desire to go into the city and shall not be able. Verse 17, because of the martial law. Verse 18, for because of their pride the city shall be troubled, the houses shall be destroyed, and men shall be afraid. Con. Yeah. Already know. Hold on. Alright, so that, hold on. Alright, so, hold on. Alright, so I hope this live was edifying. And wrap it up. Alright, so with that, I hope this live was edifying. I want to give all praise to you. How about Shimmy Al Shai? I want to give all praise to you. Hold on. You know what? That's what I'm going to do. I want to give all praise to you. How about Shimmy Al Shai? Double honors to the apostles and the elders of Great Millstone who rule well. Salutations to the Akim out there spreading this truth like wildfire in all truth and in all sincerity. Shalom and shalom to the rest of the elect. You know, stay strong. We almost out of here. You know, Abba Babal, Abada Adawamium, that's Babylon, which is America. Abada Adawamium, Abad Lagawanium, and 2/3. Wa 2/3. Wala 2/3. Abala 2/3. Shalom, stay strong and Yashrala forever.